Thank you very much. Is it? Yes, now it is. If we can please help our guest into the room so that we can get started. We'll give it another minute. We are way behind the set time, but we'll give it another minute so that we can settle down and get the guest in, and then we can get underway. But for now, all I can say is that good evening and welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we please now settle down so that we can get started? Thank you so much. Maybe we can also close the door. Of course, if there are others arriving, we will not keep the door closed on them. But if we can just close the door so that we can get started. Thank you very much. Can we please rise for the singing of the national and the AU anthem?
Glory to
very much. Let's take our seats. And to get us underway, may I call on my colleague, Melanie Shienda, to lead us into prayer so that we can start greeting each other after we have cleared the path and made the connection. Miss Melanie Shienda, please. Thank you. Let's help her get here. A round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening. Romans 13, verses 6 and 7 reads, "For because of you also pay taxes, for they are God's ministers, attending continually to the very thing. Render therefore all to their due, taxes to whom taxes are due, customs to whom customs, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor." We are gathered here tonight as a rare indication, both to say thank you to our taxpayers for giving that which is due to the taxman, but also to celebrate 5 years of NAMRA's existence. To every taxpayer here who has contributed to our roads, our hospitals, the old age fund, the disability fund, your money did not go in vain. You have rendered to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and Caesar has used it to build our nation. Jesus has asked us to do that which is right. And as a Christian nation, we ought to do that which is right. We are celebrating an anniversary today of 5 years of exceptional service. And we want to continue on this trajectory, but we can only do it with you as our taxpayers. And therefore, as Mark 12, verse 17 says, render to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Our most exalted Father in heaven, we come before you with hearts filled with joy, hearts filled with thanksgiving, and hearts that just want to say thank you. Thank you, dear Lord, that you have enabled us as taxpayers to give back to this nation, and that this nation is able to give back to us. Dear Lord, we ask for your presence in this situation that we are in. And dear Lord, may your will be done in each of our lives. We ask, Father God, that you may continue blessing us so that we're able to bless each other. May your name be glorified and honored, for we ask in Christ's name with thanksgiving in our hearts. Amen.
Thank you very much, and we truly appreciate that. Now, those of you that have been with us since Friday, you would recall that the Honorable Governor of this region has welcomed us, as well as her worship, the Mayor. We stand by that welcome. It has been extended to today, and they have submitted to us that had it not been for other competing activities, they would have joined us this evening. So we go by that invitation, that welcome that the governor has made. In particular, the governor told us that we should make the connections. And I trust that you have, during the past 3 days, you have made those connections. Mr. Alpheus Benjamin, Chief Executive Officer of the Municipality of Swakopmund, thank you. You have been with us throughout, and we do not take that kindly. We appreciate that you have made time for us. Commissioner Indongo, representing the Inspector General of the Namibian Police, Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo, thank you so much for joining us in this celebration. Dr. Peter Krier, Chairperson of the NAMRA Board, thank you, and you're most welcome this evening. As well as Mr. Stefan Higo, who is the former Vice Chairperson of the NAMRA Board, founding member of the NAMRA Board, those that would have details and stories to tell around what is it that it took before they arrived at the 4th of April 2021. He's got those memories and those records, and we appreciate that this evening you could make the time and join us here. NAMRA management, as well as staff and everybody else connected to the Namibia Revenue Agency, we appreciate you this evening, as well as colleagues from the media that are in our midst. We also appreciate, because we do value the input and the contribution that you make in creating awareness with regards to what we do as the Namibia Revenue Agency. Because today's event is all about compliance. And those that are in this space will tell you that without greater awareness, you might not win against the battle to ensure that you have enhanced compliance. But we have special guests this evening in our midst. We've got brothers and sisters from the region, and we appreciate the fact that you have joined us for the last 3 days, but you still decided to stay with us so that you can witness this moment with us, and we appreciate. Anthony Munanda, who's leading a delegation from the African Tax Administrations Forum, ATAF, thank you so much. And we do recognize that the Executive Secretary has indicated that she would have loved to be with us, but she couldn't, but we appreciate that you could make the time in joining us here as well. Mr. Rakokwana Mukwao, who is the Acting Commissioner General, leading the delegation from Lesotho, thank you so much. Thank you for having stayed on, and we appreciate it, and we look forward to you enjoying this moment with us. I also recognize my friend Edward Groening, who's leading the delegation from Eswatini. Thank you so much, as well as my good friend Timothy Milambo, who's leading the delegation from Zambia. Mr. Jeremino Kambalamanga, also leading the delegation from Angola. We appreciate you, as well as Mr. Lafmo Katukula, who's leading our delegation from Botswana. Ms. Cynthia Mugwira, who's leading the delegation from Zimbabwe. We also welcome and appreciate that you could also stay on for us and enjoy this moment with us. Everybody else, captains of industries, representatives of the various entities, taxpayers, leaders in your respective capacities, community leaders, business leaders, we appreciate the fact that you could make the time in joining us tonight. My name is Yaruke Kuro, Stephen Dorokade. I head up strategic communications and support engagements with the Namibia Revenue Agency. But for current purposes and tonight's purposes, I'm just here to steer proceedings. And the idea is for us to get at the end of our determined destination, having covered all the items that we have listed. It's a celebration. Can I hear a round of applause and excitement in the room? I know there's a group of people who will get you excited. If that invitation that I have extended has actually not gotten you excited, you are in for a real treat. May I please call on the best choir in the land, best choir in town, best wherever they go, the Namra Choir, please. Thank you.
mweapo mwatokerapo iaro shiri.
Wenda. Yande muyoroke.
Ois. Ore tsare ha se dutsa sen resida dingho. Namibia.
Dumelang baeng ba Afrika, lili amohet.
Morokeni ngurowa zeni.
Goeienaand en welkom. Guten Abend en welkomen.
Como estos, Angola, bem-vindo a Namíbia.
Dumelang bethu ba Botswana, le makgelesele mo Namibia.
Sawubona. Siyakhulekela nonke.
Dumelang Lesotho, Dumelang.
Dumelang Lesotho, baeng ba rona ba hlomphehang.
Sawubona South Africa, wamukelekile Namibia, Swakopmund.
Mulibwanji, Mazureno va Zambia.
Mwaiseni ku Namibia. Manuelu anakana.
Makadi zenyu maitabasa.
There's a train that comes from Africa. It's a train of hope and of peace. Come on, let's get together and ride on it. Shosholo sa stimela sa. Shosholo sa stimela sa. Shosholo sa stimela sa. Shosholo stimela sa. Shosholo stimela sa. Shosholo
Shosholo, Simela sa, Shosholo, Simela sa, Shosholo, Simela sa, Shosholo, Simela sa. There's a train in Africa that travels all around. It carries hope, peace and unity. There's a train in Africa that travels all around. It carries hope, peace and unity. Shosholo, Shoshela sa, Shosholo, Simela sa, Shosholo, Simela sa, Shosholo, Simela sa. Mama yo, papa yo, Toti, I love you. Mama yo, papa yo, Toti, Kaurata, Kulube yawe, Kulube mama, Kulube yawe, Kulube mama. Mama yo, papa yo, Toti, I love you. Mama yo, papa yo, Toti, Kaurata, Kulube yawe. Papa yo, Toti, Kaurata. Mama yo, Papa yo, Toti, I love you. Toti,
Let's give them a fitting round of applause, please. Until the last one of them takes their seats. There are still 4 of them who have not taken their seats. That's just motivation so that they can come back. We have not had enough of them. On the screens, we are displaying the credentials for Wi-Fi in the event that you want to remain connected. If you ask us, we would say, leave the Wi-Fi, leave the rest of the world. We want you here, fully present. But we're sharing the details all the same. Let me now at this point call on Mr. Alpheus Benjamin, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Swakopmund Municipality. If you ask the commissioner, he would say one of the best well-run municipality in this country, but he's also an authority on leadership. We have given him a free role tonight to just speak to us so that we can be surprised. Mr. Benjamin, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Kruger, Commissioner, Sam, Shivute, the entire SIREC executive, the taxpayers present here. I'm greatly honored this evening to share with you a few ideas. First of all, I want to talk about the story of Swakopmund, which excites me so much. Secondly, I want to reflect on the leadership model of NAMRA from an outsider looking in that I have seen over the past 5 years. And then at last, I want to leave you with 4 questions. 4 questions. It's a leadership model, considering that all of us are leaders in our own rights, and we have a responsibility to lead this continent of Africa, the region, and our individual organizations as well. Now, Swakopmund was established as the first harbor of Southwest Africa, Namibia at the time, although Walvis Bay liked to claim the title. Over time, of course, it has grown into a cosmopolitan city, classified as a Part 1 municipality in terms of city classification in Namibia. Swakopmund is also the regional capital of the Rongo region, and we have a population of over 75,000 people and growing. Now, for years, Swakopmund has excelled at tourism as a growing development pillar. But around 2018, we redefined as to who we want to be, because we realized we could not just rely on tourism. We set ourselves an ambitious vision of becoming a leading smart city, providing services to all. They say, if your vision does not give you sleepless nights, then you can pack up and go home. We also, through this process, been able to add other pillars apart from tourism, which include education and knowledge creation. We have 3 university projects we are running now. One is already completed, but also private schools and also government schools. And currently, we have the only school in Namibia where you can take your child who's blind or suffering from autism, which will be opening next year. We also said we don't want to compete against Walvis Bay for heavy industry. We said ourselves, we've got an industrial area on our eastern side of the town, although most of us just go to the mole and then we go out and we think we were in Swakopmund. We said we want to set up that part of our town to be an industrial hub focusing on manufacturing, because the main harbor is just 30 minutes away, depending on who's driving. We also said Swakopmund, as a growing city, needs to fit itself, and we have set up urban agriculture as a development pillar. We have some farming activities along the riverside. We also have identified areas and projects that we are pursuing in the rest of the town. And then we also jumped on this smart city concept that is being bandied about, but we said, let's start crawling. So Swakopmund is host to 2 subsea cables, Parates and another one, Telecom, that is serving the rest of Southern Africa from here. So over the past 7 years, we have been able to roll out optic fiber to almost 65% of our surface area, including our informal settlement. And also connectivity towers, especially on the eastern side of town. But also improving smart municipal services. And that is an ongoing process. For example, if you submit your building plans in Swakopmund today, they will be uploaded on a digital platform you will have your plans approved in 2 weeks. So that's how far we have come. Now, NAMRA, 5 years. I've been watching from far. What I've seen, yes, initially, if you are a baby, you start crawling, you fall, you pick yourself up. But what I've seen with NAMRA, I've seen bold, unapologetic leadership. I have seen clarity of purpose and mandate. The mandate is to collect revenue for the state. I have seen passionate service delivery through teamwork. This weekend was an example. You can feel what they call in Namibia that vibe in the team, wherever they are. And then also, what I've also seen is implementation for impact. Namibia has been able to put out a budget of 100 billion, I think 2-3 years ago, largely based on the collection of taxes by NAMRA. I'm sure the commissioner will add all the other things, but that is an outside person looking inside. Give yourself a hand of applause. Now, the 4 questions. I know all of us, Africa, Southern Africa, have to deal with complex leadership challenges to take this continent forward. But there are 3 questions I want to leave with you. When you leave from here and you are a leader in an organization, the first question is you must ask yourself, why am I doing what I'm doing? And that why denotes purpose, it denotes destination, denotes a roadmap, it denotes vision. Where are you taking your people? You say we take people from A to B, but what is the purpose of your organization? Where? The other question is, what are you doing? And that denotes the mandate, your niche, and your ability to distinguish yourself from others, like NAMRA. It's not only the orange tie. Many, many other things. The third question is how. That denotes the values that you ascribe to, the methodology, the processes, and the solution-mindedness. Number 4, when. It denotes timeline, it denotes implementation, denotes impacts and results. The last question I want to leave with you this evening. Wherever you are, in whatever organization you are, whatever country you are, what is the big question you are solving for Africa? I thank you.
Mr. Alphonse Benjamin, let's give him another round of applause. What's that big issue that you are solving for Africa? So when do you expect the answers? Or must we just answer them and keep them to ourselves? By the way, let's see around the room. By the presentation, can you guess what profession at some time in life Mr. Benjamin must have been attached to? Teacher, right? Yes, he's given us homework. He's given us great homework that we need to ponder on. And we do, as the Namibia Revenue Agency, appreciate. We appreciate the positive feedback that you have given us. And thank you for watching from a distance. Please keep watching so that where we need guidance, you can also provide that guidance. In any case, you are not the only one who's been watching. We've also been watching you. Because June last year, when they asked you as to why you write, you said, at the end of the day, I write because I believe in purpose. And you just shared purpose now. I was appointed to transform lives, not just to administer a town. That mission needs to be documented, not for praise, but to share what's possible. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. For another musical interlude, let me call on Mr. Ronaldo Kandume to just entertain us. Let's help him get here and get here much faster. Let's give Mr. Can do me another round of applause. And for him, you can almost say he has seen it all, because during our first Appreciation Day 2022, he performed there. And we called him back to just come and check whether things have remained the same or a few items have changed. Now, we intend to spend the night together. So in the event that anybody wants to visit the bathrooms, they are through the door, and then to your left, you would be able to see the signs in the event that that is required. 5 years. And maybe even before the 5 years started, the clock started ticking on the 5 years. What is it that was required? How did it all happen? And what got us here? How has that journey been? These are some of the questions that the Commissioner of the Namibia Revenue Agency, in a moment, I'm hoping, will be responding to. Commissioner, say the floor is yours. Thank you.
Council, you don't have a mic so that I just don't stand at one space. I like to be moving around. But my choir, because this choir is 5 years old today. On the 7th of April 2021, we sang together. And therefore, I think it's just right that they must just come so that we can sing one piece, so that our distinguished invited guests can know that I'm truly part of the choir, and I'm not just, yeah, turn up the volume, please. Yeah. It's the best choir, it's the best choir in the land. Get invited by other public enterprise to sing, and we sing free of charge. We don't charge any service, any fee. And even on the 10th, there's a university from UK which have more than 70 graduates here. And when they did their digital analysis of the best choir, they chose that the Namra choir will be the one to sing on the 10th of April at the University of Namibia, and I'm very proud to be part of that. Is okay, wonderful. So I start, then we take it from there. Okay. Tell me when I must start. Muhona matukutanga. You guys are the best. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Whilst the best choir is moving off the stage, I just want to once again, just deal with the protocol briefly. At times you are tempted to just observe the set protocol, but I want to do it the other way around. All our distinguished invited guests present here today and the captain of industry, I do not want to mention your name specifically, the captain of industry and CEO, because when you come and get your award, you will also speak briefly so that a picture will be taken and the media will make sure. Namra Kachenu. Oh, by the way, one of the milestones is that Namibia Revenue Agency have its own television. It's called Namra Kachenu. You can just Google it and you get all our digital content there. So your name and your picture will be there on Namra Kachenu. And everyone in the world, in America, in Europe, in Africa, they will be able to see. So I want to recognize all the captain of industry here. And I will not want to make a mistake to mention one by one. Dr. Peter Creel, chairperson of the Namibia Revenue Agency. Just stand a bit so that people can see you and with your orange tie. Yeah, please look at him. Yeah. He's our chairperson, and he will talk to us this evening. Master Stefan Hugo, founding vice chairperson of the Namibia Revenue Agency Board, and also a man responsible to chair the committee that appointed the founding commissioner. Please, can you stand up, please, so that people can just see you. Master Alpheus Archie Benjamin, one of the best CEO in our country, best author, and again, you just, exceeded the expectation you delivered, but in a short period of time. I must check my time because you shocked me with your time even. Can you please just stand so that people can see? One of the best authors on leadership in Namibia. And I can say it without any fear of contradiction, this town is one of the best run in this country, but I'm saying it without any fear of contradiction. And that's why it's also one of my favorite towns as well. That's why we are here as well. Master Rakokwana Makoa, Commissioner and Acting CG of Lesotho Revenue Service Lesotho. Please just stand so that people can see you. Yeah. Head of Customs, all the way from Lesotho, and he just conquered June 7 yesterday. Master Lafmo Katukula, Acting CG, Commissioner General of BURS, that's Botswana. Please, you also conquered June 7. I think when the colleagues have traveled so far to come and grace us and honor us, it's just not enough just to say the country and so on. Seeing them so that, because the Namra Kachenu videographer, they are taking picture as well. They don't want to miss you as well, just for us to say thank you, okay? Then Master Edward Groening, my brother and the acting CG of Eswatini Revenue Services. I used to be Africa's defending champion in 100-meter sprint. And this time I came second. He came number 1. But I I pledge, I guarantee, come in Eswatini next year, I'm going to get my title back. Can you please stand? Yeah. Yeah. He came number 1, and my colleagues at our soccer team, they were saying, don't worry, he's 15 years younger than you, but I'm coming for you next year. Master Timothy Milambo, acting CG of Zambia. Please, Zambia, please give him a round of applause. No, you can still stand, please. When we were in Zimbabwe last year for the Saira game, the competition was between Zambia and Zimbabwe. For whatever reason, there's always a fierce competition, but I think Zambia was the overall winner last year. But Zimbabwe put up a good fight. Even in your soccer team, they beat you. So Zambia, when our team, soccer team, played against Zambia, I scored one of the most beautiful goals against Zambia. But this time around on the final, at the semi-final when we played against Lesotho, I was in that field. I played the whole game and I scored 3. We won 3-0. I didn't score. But at the final, with all due respect, I did not make the team. But we lost 3-0 against Zambia. But we are the second overall best performer. That's on record. But well done. Your team was the most cheerful team as well. Thank you for making sure that you bring all those many athletes here. Thank you very much. We recognize you. Miss Cynthia Tendai Mugwila, please stand up. We had an incident. Please stand up. Give her a round of applause. Head of delegation of Zimra or Zimbabwe. But she's accompanied by 2 prominent board members as well, Ms. Hube and Ms. Dewa. Please, Master Dewa, please just stand up as well. Please stand up. So, what had happened here is that Zimbabwe could not come because of mechanical problem with the flight, but the country was committed to be represented. So I'm very happy that you came to show your support and you are here. The only thing that I'm concerned with, I wanted Zimbabwe to be here because Zimbabwe could have taken some medals from Zambia, and I tell Namibia is supposed to be number 1 if Zimbabwe was here. So thank you very much. Commissioner David Indongo, since we came here, Stefan, Dr. Clear, our visitors, they have been properly protected. When we are driving on this road, it's like VIP. There is police car there making this sound and making sure that we are safe. There was no incident, even the report. The relationship between NAMRA and the Namibian police is really like identical twins. And of course, Commissioner Kubebona and Commissioner Indongo representing the Inspector General, please just stand as well. The work that they have done, even when we are here, this place, we are super protected like there are presidents here. That is how safe we are. Give them a round of applause, please. Then I have my brother, Geronimo is my brother from Angola. Please stand. He's a commissioner of custom and also responsible. He's also the acting president of Ajate. Ajate is the tax administration of Angola. And this is the first time we convinced Angola to join. And when we convinced them to join and they said, no, we're coming to Namibia. The good thing is that they came their first time. They won already gold in basketball. But my brother, you got 1 gold in basketball. Just for record and for information, Namibia got 6 gold. Okay. So they got gold in basketball and also bronze in football, because after we beat Lesotho 3-0, at the semi-final, our soccer team, which I'm very super proud of, Stefan, our soccer team faced Angola. And remember, Angolian, they are very structured, very competitive. And the same team went to play in Portugal. The team went to play in Portugal. And this team, and they were aggressive. And they were doing very well. And before they know it, after second half, then one of our colleague Pharaoh scored one of the most beautiful goals. And if that was not enough, after a few minutes, then Mooks, one of our strikers, scored a second goal. And if that was not enough, then Pharaoh is not here. There was a free kick. That free kick, cancel, Stephen. Cancel. I really just hope this time around, unlike my goal in Zimbabwe that was not recorded, I really hope there are two free kicks that deserve to be documented. It's the free kick that we scored against Angola, and the free kick that was scored by a Zambian player against Namibia at the final. Those goals you can watch English Premier League. You will never see beautiful goal like this. They can only be compared. They can only maybe be compared by my goal that I scored in Zimbabwe, which is not documented. Master Anton Munanda and Romeo. Anton, please. Anton is a transfer pricing expert. He's here representing the Executive Secretary of the African Tax Administration Forum. I work there as well during my off time. But Anton has been with NAMRA over the past 5 years. He's the top coach. He's one of the experts in transfer pricing. And when he started working with our team, and transfer pricing has been happening in Namibia since 1975. The documented one, it started in 1975. It's the first time that it's documented in the Blueprint, the book that was written in Lusaka under the leadership of His Excellency President Hage G. Geingob. May his soul rest in peace. 75. Transfer pricing was already happening here. What we are happy with what he has produced, there's some billions that is going to come to the state, but when you see attitude change from declared losses and money, good money being paid, so the reason why Namibia will have sufficient state revenue, Anton and your team, because it's not only from transfer pricing, ATAF, we have always been on your shoulder in all aspects of whatever assistance that we want. We have a comprehensive technical assistance, any area where we want assistance. Just as much we have learned from our sister tax administration here and benchmarking, ATAF have committed to help us in any area. And can you please give them a big round of applause? I wanted the entire leadership of Namibia Revenue Agency just to stand for 1 minute. This is the top leadership of Namibia Revenue Agency, management. I'm not going to mention their name because later on they will be called up, some of them, to give some award and so on. And but without you, there would be no commissioner able to speak. You understand? But don't sit. Let the entire NAMRA stars stand, please. Tate Tongo and me Rebecca. Are you also here, me Rebecca and Tate Tongo? Because this is our regional manager. Let all the NAMRA stars, please. All the NAMRA stars. Let all the NAMRA stars. You know why I wanted all the NAMRA stars to stand is because when you see them looking very nice and people think this is uniform. I have been to some tax administration and I see people dressed the same and it's uniform. These men and women, when you see this navy blue, white, and a touch of orange, without being forced, out of their own pocket, having made that commitment, and they are buying those beautiful suit and dress in navy, and there was never a day that they have requested that NAMRA buy us uniform or whatever out of their own pocket. And remember, we don't have even a uniform policy or a policy that this is how we must. We just agreed 5 years ago. Can you give them a round of applause, please, these NAMRA stars? NAMRA stars, you can, NAMRA choir, you know very well, you are the best. That's why we are looking for sponsorship. I once get a dream. I once get a dream. I saw the Namra choir performing either in Berlin, Germany, or in Spain, Barcelona, Madrid, or Sevilla. I just saw it in the dream. So today we agreed that we are going to start contributing about 300 and so on. But really, Stefan, we are praying. We want to go to sing in Europe because this experience is too much. This cannot just for Namibia and Africa. Let's take it to Europe. We want to go there and sing. It's possible. Members of the media, including Ubuntu, who is covering this event and making sure that the Namra Kachenu is properly provided with all the content and so on. Members of the media will really, really very much appreciate them, and we must always appreciate them. They must not be the last. My speech is going to be very short because I have already wasted a lot of time here. And I know my bosses, they are strict with time, but it's 5 years. So members of the media, we must always really appreciate them because like today I was sleeping at 6 o'clock and Kati FM is one of the largest or biggest radio station in this country. They called me at 6:20 in the morning and they said, no, we have been following the CIRAC. What we have seen with the CIRAC in terms of the energy, in terms of the impact to the economy, impact of the vibe, it's not me who is saying, it's a national radio. They say what they have seen, they have never seen something like that here. And for that, we are very, very grateful. The director of proceeding, my brother, Yaruke Kuro, Stephen Doroka, gave me an assignment to share 5-year journey of Namra, celebrating 5 years of positive impact. And I'm trying to think as to how do I unpack this journey, also considering that I have only about 14 minutes to be out of this stage. And this is what I'm going to do. I'll first start off when the idea was planted. Then I will come to when a decision was taken. Then I will move on to the task team that was put in place and come to the enactment of the law, the appointment of the founding board, the appointment of the acting commissioner, the appointment of the founding commissioner, and I will take a little bit the journey, what did we focus on, and I will conclude with revenue. But there was a statement. There was a statement that was also made on the 7th of April, 2021. When Namibia Revenue Agency was launched by His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, the late Dr. Hage Geingob, he said, and I quote, as we enter the second quarter of the year of resilience, he always had this theme where each year must have a specific theme, and Namra was born in a year which he called a year of resilience. He said, we are gathered here this morning to witness the coming into operation of the Namibia Revenue Agency, a macro, this is now the president saying, a macro critical institution which is set to boost national institutional capacity and the resilience of our country to shocks on public revenue. That was the foresight of our president. Macro critical institution that is set to boost national institutional capacity and the resilience of our country to shocks on public revenue. Now, within the fullness of time, as soon as I have then shared the journey, the question will then be answered whether have we delivered or not. And we take it from there. How did this journey start? Already in 2010, the Central Bank of Namibia was already concerned about the revenue stability of Namibia, of state revenue. And they worked on a paper titled The Current and Future State of Government Revenue in Namibia, exploring ways of maximizing revenue, a physical position paper. That was in 2010. But I must tell you, there was also resistance to moving to the direction where we are now. That was in 2010. That paper was done. And again in 2012 in June, still the research department of Bank of Namibia came up with another paper titled The Desirability of a Revenue Authority in Namibia. And this paper found that during that time, out of SADC's 15 member states, only 4 did not have a revenue authority. Who were those 4 who have not yet moved? Because since the early 90s, countries and developing countries have started moving away from having the revenue function within the Ministry of Finance to having a revenue authority or a semi-autonomous revenue authority. Now, as a result of that paper of 2012, they then also found that there were only 4 countries in SADC that have not done what every other country have done in the region. Which were those countries? It was Angola, but Angola moved very fast. Within 3 years of that paper, I hope my brother, they saw the paper because he said Angola moved fast. We were saying, oh, we are with Angola. Before we know it, Angola have already started in 2015. Then the second country was DRC. Then you have Madagascar and Namibia. And Namibia was not very comfortable. So there were proper recommendations as to why this thing will work. But there were also critics who were saying this thing is going to be expensive. It will not help. Our tax-to-ratio GDP is already north of 30, so it's not necessary when we take it from there. We're moving on. Now, the paper of 2012, Cabinet was convinced. In 2023, it was decided that we need to move into this direction. But before we move into that direction, a team from the Ministry of Finance, together with researchers and economists from Bank of Namibia, they had to visit some countries, Mauritius, South Africa, and just to benchmark. And when they came back, Cabinet was also very convinced. It was also 2023. By that time, I was at Bank of Namibia. I was seconded to the Ministry of Finance, take care of Inland Revenue Department. During the same time as well, 2023, there was a project team led by Ms. Petty Karuahe, and that project team was going to start working towards the transformation of moving from being 2 departments, special Inland Revenue, to moving to where we are now. 2015, I want to fast forward, 2017, the law was passed. The Namibia Revenue Act number 12 of 2017 was passed. Then 1st of December 2018, the first founding board of the Namibia Revenue Agency was then appointed. Stefan Higo, whom I have introduced before here, was appointed as the founding vice chairperson. And Dr. Anna Nakale Kawana was appointed as a chairperson. Melanie Chienda, you were also there. Peter, Dr. Kiriel came later. Then you have Dennis Kama. Then you have Dennis Kama, Sherin Bampton. That was the board. 2018, 1st December. 2019 November, the African Development Bank complained to the Namibian government and to the Bank of Namibia that no, Namibia, you are moving slowly to operationalize the revenue authority. And if you guys are not appointing a commissioner, we would want to give you budget to support, funding to support your budget, but it will only be given when you appoint the commissioner. So Master Epson Wanguta, who is the governor of the central bank, in November 2019 was then seconded there as acting commissioner to continue working with the board to ensure that the structure is finalized and also some of the human resources policy are put in place. And during that time, there was a need of stronger benchmarking with what is happening in Lesotho, what is happening in Botswana, what is happening in Mauritius. South Africa's structure was a little bit bigger for us and so on. And as a result of that, the structure was put in place. And just to make a long story short, September 2020, the founding commissioner was appointed. That's now September 2020. So by that time, IMF was also helping out, and the IMF and the task team that was working towards making sure that it's operationalized, and most of the colleagues within the task team, they have also left the task team because some of them wanted to apply for the position. So the only gentleman that remained there was Master Pavo Amunyela, who remained on the task team, working together very closely with the board. So then when the commissioner was then appointed, we were then told by the IMF and the expert that we needed 12 months before we can move to day one. But during that time, the commissioner does not have the power because the law was not gazetted. Now I reflected and I think, stay here for 12 months? Said, no, the only way you can implement this, you need 12 months to make it happen. And we agreed together. I said, no, we cannot waste 12 months. This thing have to happen in 6 months. So we did whatever supposed to be done. We put together a committee of volunteers from the Ministry of Finance, the colleague mostly from IRD and Customs Department, the volunteer. Those of you who were there, please, can you just stand the volunteers because you just volunteered? Mulema, you were one of them to Akola. Can you just stand the best change management committee that we put together? Yeah. Whom are we saying? Ipawa the chairperson, Mulema the vice chairperson. So we put together one of the most effective change management because the resistance was big. You have the union, you have those who have committed that this thing must not happen. You have external interests who are committed that this thing must not happen. But the good thing is that we had one of the most efficient and supportive board and the political support as well. Our current Minister of Finance, he was also on the board. So we say, this thing, we have to travel through all the country. Oh, Magnaim, you're also here. Yes, Magnaim, that time, you are now the head of domestic tax. That time, you used to be a tax officer. Yeah, we're talking about 2020. You were a tax officer. Now you are the head of commissioner of domestic tax. Can you see? Women empowerment. We're telling the story. So we agreed that within 6 months, we will not take 12 months. This thing will happen. Please sit down. I have given you your flowers. Just smell them now. You know, colleagues, Dr. Creel, you know why I'm taking long and I'm making everyone stand? In this country, we need to start giving people their flowers while they can smell it. I was just following on social media. We all know the late James Werikwa, may his soul rest in peace. Great gentleman, we all know, great politician, great gentleman. And now that he has passed, everyone is when they are sending their video, how great he was and so on. Why did we not do that while he was able to hear and see it? I have given you your flower while you can smell it. So come the 6th of, within a period of 6 months, we did, and this was only possible because of the support of the board, this political support, but also one thing that we agree right at the beginning before the launch of NAMRA is to put God at the center of everything that we do. At NAMRA, I wish, Mulema, you had our leadership model. We are very unapologetic about acknowledging the presence of all the mighty and glorifying his name. very unapologetic, and we continue to be very proud to be associated with the Almighty. 6th of April, we made sure that the NAMRA Act is gazetted. 6th of April, which is also the birthday of our Minister of Finance, and she was a board member. 7th of April, at Country Club, dressed like the way we are dressed here, with this choir, NAMRA was born. NAMRA was launched. 7th of April. What happened before 7th of April? There were a few things that we needed to make sure that they are in place. One, and I'm very grateful to the board because they accepted the vision. We needed first to have the vision. We needed to have the vision, which vision when we wake up, we know why we are going to work. And this vision is supposed to be very comparing. It's supposed to be very meaningful. It's supposed to be very impactful so that when we wake up, forget about the mandate and legal mandate. We needed that vision. And the board approved our vision, where we aspire to be a world-class revenue agency serving with passion to positively impact the livelihood of every Namibian. Now, towards the end of my presentation, within the next 11 minutes, you judge whether have we positively impacted the livelihood of every Namibian. Did we serve with passion? Of course, the issue of world-class, that one is a continuous process. World-class, there are three factors there. World-class, serve with passion, positively impact the livelihood of every Namibian. We needed to get that. The mandate is in the law. Of course, collect revenue on behalf of the state, facilitate legitimate trade, improve service delivery. That's in the law, but we say, no. In as much as you have this mandate in the law, we would craft our own mandate the way we see it fit. And we say our mandate is to capacitate the state to deliver on its developmental agenda. If you give us other title, taxman or whatever, you are entitled to your opinion. But we are to capacitate the state because that's, of course, like a higher purpose there. That's to capacitate the state to deliver on its developmental agenda. We also have our values, which value we will not repeat here, but the most important one is, of course, diversity, big on diversity, and also integrity, because we introduce what is called zero tolerance to corruption. And we move. Then, as we then move towards this journey, we needed to make sure that we have the vision. We also needed to make sure that we have the strategic plan before the 7th. And before the 7th, strategic plan is already approved by the board. Then there were 4 pillars that we say, if we focus on these 4 pillars, this foundation, this institution, we will make it run. There was no doubt. What are those pillars? Number 1, we needed to focus on people. Because by that time, you only have about less than 7 employees. Then we say we need to focus on people to get the right people in the right position, number 1. Number 2, we need to focus on system. Of course, there were already 2 systems, Ascuda and ITAS, but we need to work on those systems and other additional systems because the institution must have system. Then number 3, processes. Processes, there you're talking about your policies to make sure that the policies that are not in place are put in place, are developed internally, not paying consultant to develop your policy for you, but doing it ourselves. And the third one was culture. Those are the 4 things that we did and focused on over the past 4 years. Of course, eventually, within the first year, competitively, we were able to recruit because everyone who was in the ministry had to apply competitively. 1,200 staff were recruited within a period of 12 months. Fanny and everyone who was involved, just clap for them. 1,200 competitively. Before we moved to NAMRA, the Ministry of Finance, despite the fact that they used to deal with 20, 30 billions, they never had a single chartered accountant. But with us, we're able to get not only chartered accountant, other very strategic qualification. And that is just for one to see what business we mean by that. Now, we're talking about system. I wanted to, then of course, with regard to systems, of course, you needed to have you stabilize your ITAS Ascuda, the customs one, is now being upgraded. ITAS, well, it's being stabilized. It's not where it is. But the good news is that it have never been off for a week, and it account to all this billion that I'm going to mention at the end. But there's a lot of work that we need to do in all areas, be it from human, system, processes, but where we also put a lot of work is on culture. At Namibia Revenue Agency, from the entry level to the accounting officer, when you come late, you either sing, but if we know that you are a good singer or you love singing like myself, we may not ask you to sing. We will either ask you to do squat. But now this day I got injury. I did not want to mention about this injury because otherwise people will say I'm a sore loser. Yeah, so you do squat, or you do push-up, or you carry a chair. You carry this chair and you hold it in top. The board do not know about this because we do not apply this to the board. But to us, to the board, the good thing is that our board do not come late. But to us, one day I was in a call with State House. When I come, I was late. I have to do my push-up, or we have to do the squat, and everyone does it. And up to today, over the past 5 years, even Tate Poniso, our head of custom, he's our elder. Nobody have ever said, I'm not going to take this punishment. Is that not a wonderful culture? So as a result of that, now we see sometime we go to other meetings with other OMAs, office, ministry, and agencies. And when we are at that meeting, we introduce this. Nobody should come late because it's not proper. So nobody come late. That is one of the culture that we have introduced. In our official meeting, we don't have a policy. I'm just talking about the culture. We don't have a policy talking about uniform or dressing code, especially as an institution. But every time you see us in Eswatini, in Angola, in Zambia, in Botswana, in Pretoria, in Harare, wherever you see us in New York, in Sevilla, in Denmark, in Brussels at WCO, they will tell you, whenever there is NAMRA, navy blue, white, and a touch of orange. And we have made orange very cool. And we see other institutions now wanting to put it on. So, as part of the culture as well, I think distinguished invited guests, you will also be happy to note that over the past 3 years at the public enterprise game, the NAMRA team have been voted as the most cheerful team at public enterprise. The title that Zambia took, the title that Zambia took yesterday with these games. You know what we do, Commissioner Timothy? What we do is that when we go to Lesotho or to Zimbabwe and we learn your song, like those, these are big machine and all those things. We incorporate that. We borrow what we learn from Lesotho and so on. When we come to Namibia, we bring international experience. Our colleague here, they do not have that experience. That's why we end up as the best. On system, I have indicated that on system, we have a functional website. We have a functional website. Our systems are working. They do not stay off for a week and so on. But we need a lot of investment and we need a lot of work to do with that. And our current chairperson is an expert in digital transformation, and I think that is where we need to do a lot of work. But to get what we want, we need to spend money. Unfortunately, that's how it has to work. Then we also build a brand which is continentally and globally recognized. We don't like to talk about awards, but before we know it, the Parliament of UK, the Rod of House, they say, NAMRA, we want to give you a leadership award. Brand Africa, another award. Institute of People Management in Namibia, another award. But we don't like to talk about award. In actual fact, we refuse even to accept some of the award. We don't want to talk about award, but I have to talk about this, Stefan, because of the respect of those institutions from UK, from Africa, and in Namibia that have given us this award, but we don't like to talk about it because we don't work for award. We just want to work for the Namibian people, to be the servant of the people. The other thing that the audience will also be very, very, very happy to hear is that in this country, you find other institutions that can stay even for 10 years without producing annual audited financial report. Not only in this country, I've also seen it in other countries. I'm just very happy when I look at my outgoing vice chairperson and the entire board. Can you imagine you are going out, John, Walton, you're going out, this company, this institution, 5 years, no outstanding annual report, all financial statements submitted in accordance with the law. There was one that was late with about 3 months because of technical matter, no qualified finding. Give Namra a round of applause, please. I indicated earlier on that the brand is recognized regionally and internationally. Internationally, of course, we are also a member of the Council of World Customs Organization. Regionally, I was very happy as a result of my brothers and sisters who are here from Africa. The commissioner of NAMRA was voted 2 years ago. This was an election, proper election in Kigali, without spending money on campaign, because other people spend money on campaign and budget, and they have the support of their government. With us, there was no letter requested from our government for support, not a single cent that was spent to do a flyer or whatever. The brothers and sisters here and from West Africa, they voted Namibia and the commissioner to be the vice chairperson of ATAF. ATAF, we give strategic leadership to 44 African countries, and give Namra another round of applause for that. No cent was spent, and we still provide that leadership. I'm about to finish. I'm just touching some small milestones over the past, but I cannot finish them all because they are too much. Then there's one thing, when we say internationally recognized, there's this fourth international conference on financing for development that takes place after 10 years. Anton, you know that the one that took place in Sevilla this year in July. The only Commissioner General who was invited to give a talk, because we got sponsored to be helped with IFF. It was Namibia that was invited to give that talk. Of course, I know Zambia was there under ATAF and South Africa, but I'm talking by the European three. It was only ATAF and Namibia that was invited to speak at that conference with about 10,000 people. I want to pack that one. Let's continue. Well, we're not boasting, but the story must be told while people are alive, because this is not for us, it's for the future. People to know that when you there's power in the world. When you say you want to become world class, one day you may become. We are not yet there, but there are small things that suggest that it's possible to get there. Well, we are still at the global stage. 2022, the UNDP, maybe before I talk about, the UNDP sponsored NAMRA and said, Commissioner of NAMRA, please go to New York. There's a global tax dialogue where ministers of finance, academics, and head of tax administration and ATAF will attend. So we went to New York, Columbia University for that global. We were not invited as speaker. But during that meeting, we make about 3 interventions as Namibian. There is a professor called Janek Randon. He's a professor who got his first PhD in 1969. And after our intervention, he came and he said, Namibia, I've listened to your intervention. I want a deal with you. I want to be sending our best student to your institution to work with you for 3 months. This Stanford University, which is one of the Ivy University. Please, the good thing is that the colleague at NAMRA Star, they are witnesses there. As a result of that, Stanford University entered into a memorandum of understanding with us Every year, they started first with sending one of the best students. And when this best student, when they come here, we will work with them. We will look at, let's say, maybe fishing sector or uranium. We look at different challenges that Namibia is facing. When they gave their report back, Columbia University got hold of this report. And Columbia University said, no, we have more endowment fund bigger than Stanford. We want to work with NAMRA. They entered an agreement. Now, Stanford sent 2 students for 1 month in September. Columbia University sent 10 students at the same time. Everything paid, and they work with us. Is that not a story for an African country very inspiring to tell? Stanford University, Columbia University, they have sent more than 20 students. Even 3 weeks ago, the last bunch went back. I'm closing up, but this story is 5 years. It must be told. The developmental partner, we also got lucky. Before we know it, all the big developed countries, they say we want to work with them. China say we want a memorandum of understanding. More than 30 of our colleagues were in China last year, trained, everything paid. South Korea, first they say, can we pay for you to come in Seoul so that we can talk about trade facilitation? More than 20 of our staff last year, Tate Abnel, Tate Poniso, you were here, they were all in South Korea. Say, we want to work with you because your brand, we want to be associated with you. South Korea, China, the United States of America, Office of OTA. 3 of my colleagues here, they are going to America, everything paid. Of course, GIZ have always been there. And even when we went to Spain, when I went to Spain to Sevilla, GIZ is the one who paid. UNDP, I've spoken about UNDP. ATAF, of course. So the developmental partner, we found ourselves in this country to have more developmental partner helping us more than any other institution. And I can say this without fear of contradiction. Drug inception. Since our establishment, we have about 43 cases of interception, and the total value of those drugs is 67 million Namibian dollar. And this include cocaine and so on. These drugs was going to destroy our kids' life and future. It was intercepted by the colleague. Then we have faced about 15 cases involving an amount of about 622 million. Now with us, we don't take, it's only now that we are about to start taking people to court. It's people who take us to court. All those 15 cases, it's only one case that we have lost. All the 14 cases, we have won them. Cases that could have impacted more than 622 million, we won them. And good precedent have been established in Namibia, including Pay Now Agulator. One-stop border post between Botswana and Namibia. 2007, Cabinet decided we must have one-stop border post all over. With us, it took us only 18 months. When we got the budget and the support of something that have taken 10 years to implement, 18 months, we have delivered. There used to be a scam where some people will just get VAT refund, working together with the official from the Ministry of Finance. And more than 1,000 people used to be getting all this refund, 300,000 Namibian dollar on an annual basis, something that went on for about 5 years and so on. When NAMRA was launched, we picked it up and we identified all those cases. And within a period of 2 years, we made sure that 171 million have been recovered from those people. They went to court, they lost the case, and now the fraud of VAT is going down because they get hit, but what they never experienced before. We were also very lucky. In Africa, we happen IMF to be the first country where the Commissioner General's coaching on leadership is sponsored by IMF. And as a result of that, Thabo Lechama is the one who facilitated that. And now it's our responsibility to help IMF to convince under Commissioner General to be coach on leadership, so that you don't just get coach on technical and so on. And now that coach that started with myself is coaching most of my executive as well, and even next week is coming. And this coach get paid more than 10,000 on a monthly basis, and nothing comes out of our pocket. But we say, oh, why are you doing all this good thing to us? He said, you guys, your brand and your commitment and your ownership, we want to be associated with the best. Okay, I'm about to finish. I think let me conclude by, now that we have talked about all these things, I think what is really important there is that we are very intentional and deliberate about building a cohesive team and ensure that our team is engaged. We want to ensure that we care for our staff. That's why on Friday we only wake up to 12 o'clock. Our ladies and our female colleagues, when they are expecting and they deliver, I think we may be one of the few institutions in this country where we decide that we give them 6 months. And after 6 months off, if you are sick of cancer and so on, we will support you until you get well to come back to work. And also even ATAF appointed us to be the champion of gender champion in Africa. Maybe let me then come to announce the revenue target for this year. Initially, it was 88 billion. And then the Ministry of Finance noted that no, they needed to revise because when that forecast was done, something was not right. There were some considerations like what's happening in the diamond sector, and also what's happening in the diamond sector, and also the extraordinary event that happened that last year, some of the state-owned enterprise tax liability was paid by the state and so on. So the revenue was then, the target was revised to 79, the official one from the Ministry of Finance. And we are very happy that it was revised on time. And I'm just very happy to report that initially, maybe Mulemwa, you can show that slide. Where's Mulemwa? There is that slide that indicates the revenue from when NAMRA started up to where it is now. Because before NAMRA was established, we have not collected more than north of 50 billion revenue. We talk about 40, 20 and there around. But the first time, 2021, 2022, the revenue target, we hit 52 billion. We have exceeded with about 3 billion. And from 52 billion, the revenue have just been growing. And up to now, last year, we're talking about 88 billion, and now 81 billion. But together, all those 5 years, you're talking about revenue growth of 407 billion. For this economy, 407 billion over the period of those 5 years, but the net is 358 billion. And the growth of percentage from the first year to now, 53.1%, that is growth. But if one also look at the compound annual growth rate, we're talking about 8.9%. And that 8.9%, our economy over the past 5 years, there was never a time that it grew at that percent of 8.1. And the only reason why we are talking about a compound annual growth rate of 8.9 is because the men and women in navy blue, white, and a touch of orange, under the capable leadership of the Minister of Finance and this wonderful board, one of the best boards that you can have in this country, they have provided support, and that was very possible. It is also during the same period of time as well that we have refunded about 49 billion. So, Dr. Creel, distinguished guest, first let me apologize for exceeding my time. But this was a journey of 5 years. It could be a book. All I'm saying is that we are very, very grateful to the support from the Namibian government. And when you also look at then the 353 billion, Do you know the budget that needed to cover our salaries and the salaries and statutory obligation? We're talking about 4.1 billion. So 4.1 billion, and we give you, and we give the state 358. I tell you what, I was just listening to the Commissioner of Sales, whereby they got 9.5 billion just to focus on administrative efforts, and that's why they hit the trillion. And that's why during the past 3 months, we have what is called injury time. Just using our administrative effort without additional budget, call, visiting taxpayers that are owing, and within 3 months, administrative effort, we were able to collect 511 million within a period of 3 months. So on that note, the Namra story is just beginning. Over the next 5 years, we commit to make Namra great. Intentionally, we commit to make it great by choice. The outgoing board left Namra very solid, and we're very happy continuity is there because Dr. Clear is there. Before the board left, they made sure that the strategic plan is already in place. The strategic plan is in place. The audited financials have been submitted. We are ready to continue learning. We continue to digitally transform, and we are not even 25% of where we want to be. So on that note, once again, I really want to thank all of you, and we will continue serving with passion. And this is just the beginning of the Namra story. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Let's give the Commissioner another round of applause. Indeed, it's a story of 5 years, impactful 5 years, eventful 5 years of many projects, activities, programs that were undertaken, all driven by purpose and with the intention of ensuring that there is impact, aligning with the vision that we strive to become a world-class revenue agency, serving with passion to positively impact the livelihood of every Namibian. That's what drives us every day when we show up, navy blue, white, and a touch of orange. Now that we have heard the story, we are here for awards, to see awards, to put the spotlight on complying taxpayers and traders. And we are not going to waste any moment, but we're going to move into that. And maybe the question would be, but what are the categories that are on offer tonight? So if you are ready, can we please share with the audience what is on offer tonight by playing the first clip? Thank you.
G'day. The Namibia Revenue Agency will be hosting the 5th Taxpayer Trade Appreciation Day in the heart of Swakopmund on the 7th of April 2026. And here are the categories for the annual Taxpayer Trade Appreciation Day.
That's what happens with technology. Just when you want to rely on it, it does that to you. But of course, we have seen the display, and as we are continuing announcing them, you would see the various categories. And at this moment, I'm handing over to Josie Nipandwa, Queen of Speech, to take us through the awards. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, silence in the chamber and let the spotlight rise. I am Josie Nipandwa, the voice behind the veil, and tonight we honor not just compliance but commitment, not just payment but partnership. because every dollar of tax paid by our corporations and companies builds a stronger, prouder Namibia. Brick by brick, road by road, and dream by dream. And in true Namra spirit, we wrap this duty in dignity, navy blue and white for trust and transparency, with a cheeky touch of orange for that fiery Namibian spirit. Welcome to the 2026 Namra Taxpayer Trader Appreciation Awards. Now let the names be heard as we award domestic categories, the guardians of our fiscal soul, and customs and excise categories, the sentinels of our borders. Ladies and gentlemen, at this particular juncture, I'd like to remind all of our winners to please try and move as swiftly to the stage as possible and not forget to pose for a 5-second photo and give a 30-second award speech. We start with domestic taxes, and in our first category is a category for highest contributor to tax types. This award will be presented by the Chief of Risk Management and Internal Audit at Namra, Vesoraune Mbaha. Let's welcome them. The first award is for the highest contributor to employees' tax, first runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Deb Marine Namibia Pty Limited.
This is just a 30-second thank you to all our employees. 80% of them are on the ships. They work 28 days, and this award goes out to all of them and for the sacrifices that they've made, and on behalf of the Namibian people. Thank you very much.
The last award to be presented by Ms. Mbaha is for the highest contributor to employees' tax, winner overall. Congratulations to this beautiful coastal town, Swakopmund Pty Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, thank you to Namra for the appreciation, and secondly, Swakopmund maintained to be a major contributor to the Namibian economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Ms. Mbaha in her extravagant outfit. And now we'd like to invite the Chief of Internal Affairs at Namra, Mr. Ananias Iyambo, to present the next two awards. The first award is, of course, the award for highest contributor to corporate income tax. Congratulations to B2 Gold Namibia Pty Limited.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioner, I'm not going to talk longer than you. Just want to say thank you for the recognition. And Yeah, you just saw 2 mining companies being recognized and now as well. So mining plays a very important role in Namibia and the fiscus. And for B2 Gold, the 3.8 billion Namibian dollars we paid in tax last year has been a record for us. And it's the easiest and the biggest way of contributing to the country, apart from all of our social programs. So thank you very much.
The final award to be presented by Mr.
The Namibia
Iyambo.
Revenue Agency recognizes B2 Gold Namibia as a model taxpayer and a strategic partner in national development. Over the years, B2 Gold has consistently demonstrated exemplary tax compliance, positioning itself among the top 5 highest revenue contributors.
We do apologize for that brief intermission. The last award to be presented by Mr. Iyambo is the award for highest contributor to value-added tax. Ladies and gentlemen, proving that diamonds are tonight's best friend, Deb Marine Namibia Pty Limited.
Thank you very much again. And as John says, let's recognize that mining is making a big contribution in Namibia. And I think in the last 5 years, Deb Marine Namibia has contributed over 15 billion. And as the commissioner said, diamonds are not in a good space, but we are happy to still contribute the little that we can. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to our winners so far, and thank you very much, Mr. Iyambo. The next 3 awards will be presented by Ms. Melanie Shienda, Chief of Information, Communications and Technology at NAMRA. Let's welcome her. The first award is the award for highest contributor, that is the first runner-up to withholding tax on services. Congratulations to the team that puts an A in Powerful Alliances, Sanlam Alliance Namibia.
Shorter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to accept this award on behalf of Sanlam Alliance. Sincere appreciation goes to the Namibia Revenue Agency for this recognition. This award reflects more than compliance. It represents a shared commitment to integrity, accountability, and responsible corporate citizenship. As Sanlam Alliance, these values guide how business is conducted and how obligations are fulfilled. The relationship with NAMRA continues to grow from a strong foundation of mutual respect, transparency, and collaboration. This partnership plays an important role in supporting a stable and sustainable economic environment, and it's truly valued. This recognition is also a reflection of the dedication and professionalism of Sanlam Alliance employees, whose consistent commitment ensures that these standards are upheld every day. Thank you once again for this honor. Sanlam Alliance looks forward to strengthening this partnership and continuing to contribute to a culture of compliance and trust. Thank you.
The next award is the award for highest contributor to withholding tax on services. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again to Swakopmund Uranium Pty Limited.
Again, thank you very much, Namra, for the recognition. And I hope I still have place at my table left tonight to have some dinner. Thank you.
The final award to be handed over by Ms. Shienda is the award for highest contributor to tax on royalties. Congratulations to PEP Namibia Holdings Pty Limited.
Good evening, and thank you very much to Namra. I was so glad tonight when I heard that culture play a major role in Namra as well. In PEP, we used to call, or still call, all our people, staff, dynamos. And I wish Namra to grow and become a world-class organization. Thank you very much on behalf of all the dynamos of PEP.
Congratulations to all our winners, and thank you very much to Mrs. Shienda. We now move to the second category under Domestic Taxes Awards, and this is the category for Highest Contributor Regional Office. The first three awards are to be handed over by Aune Shikongo, Manager for Central Region. Let's welcome her. The first of three awards to be handed over by Ms. Shikongo is the award for the highest contributor, Central Regional Office. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to RFS Benchmark Retirement Fund.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Sam Shivute, you remain a steadfast leader for us. We appreciate you, and on behalf of all the pension fund industry, thank you very much.
The next award is the award for the highest contributor, North Central Regional Office. Let's give a proudly Namibian round of applause to JDE Agri Implements CC.
Good evening all. From JDE Agri Implement, we say thank you.
The final award to be handed over by Mrs. Shikongo is the award for highest individual contributor for Northeastern Regional Office. Let's all put our hands together in celebration of the hard work of Trans Caprivi Logistics and Entertainment CC.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All I can say, I'm very happy for NAMLA to organize us. This goes to my all staff, all the way from Zambezi region. Thank you.
Congratulations to our three winners, and of course, thank you to Mrs. Shikongo. We now move to the next category, which is the category for Special Natural Persons. This award will be handed over by Mr. Fanwell Uwanga, the Chief of Human Capital and Strategy. Let's give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is so special because it is the only one in this category. Presenting to you the winner for the Special Natural Person in the Youngest Taxpayer category. Give a youthful round of applause to Klaus Konstantin Ekvert.
Good evening, all. Thank you for the award. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Congratulations to Klaus, and of course, thank you to Mr. Uwanga. Our final category under domestic taxes is the category for large taxpayer unit, highest contributors. And to hand over the two awards, we'd like to welcome the acting senior manager of large taxpayers unit, Willem Jansen. The first award to be handed over is the first runner-up in the highest contributor large taxpayer unit in retail. Congratulations to the company that puts power in professionalism, PEP Namibia Holdings Pty Limited.
Thank you very much.
The last award before we move over to Customs and Excise Awards is the award for the highest contributor large taxpayer unit under mining and quarrying sector. Ladies and gentlemen, diamonds may shine brightly, but gold is impactful. Congratulations to B2 Gold Namibia.
So, Commissioner, I also brought my golden ladies from Windhoek. And you can see they've got blue, white with a touch of orange. And so I'll take my 30 seconds here. And I saw your workforce at NAMRA, very diversified. And these are two very good examples of women in mining, which is very important for us in Namibia. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of our winners under the domestic taxes category, and thank you very much to Mr. Willem Janser. We now move over to the Customs and Excise Awards, and the first category, which is clearing agents, is to be presented by the Head of Customs and Excise, Mr. Wilbrod Poniso. Let's welcome him. There are two awards under this category, the first of which is the award for the most compliant clearing agent, first runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, a very sparkly congratulations to Namibia Diamond Trading Pty Limited.
Commissioner and the entire NAMRA team, thank you for this award. I think it's a recognition of all the hard work from the amazing women and men at the Namibia Diamond Trading Company, not just in terms of executing its mandate of sorting, valuing and selling Namibian diamonds, but also making sure that we add value to those Namibian diamonds to create meaningful jobs, sustainable jobs for Namibians and ensure skills transfer. Thank you.
The final award under the category Clearing Agents is the award for the most compliant clearing agent. Ladies and gentlemen, proving that excellence is a coastal thing, congratulations to Skeleton Coast Trawling.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner. What an honor and opportunity to actually be here. Skeleton Coast Trawling is a subsidiary of Novanam, based in the heart of Ludretz, down in the south. And I think being the largest employer for the town of Ludretz, I think for the past probably 30 plus years. And I think we take pride in the fact that we value our employees the most, because they are our valuable assets that we have. And because of this, I think I take cognizance of the fact that they are the ones that we are recognizing today. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you.
Congratulations to our winners, and thank you very much to Mr. Poniso. We now move over to the second category under Customs and Excise Awards. And this category is the category for most compliant bonded warehouse operators. To hand over these awards, please welcome the Senior Manager for Trader Facilitation, Ms. Victoria Weyulu. The first award is the award for the most compliant bonded warehouse operator, second runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Express Services Pty Limited.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks, Namra. It's great to be dealing with the greatest government agency in Namibia. And this is for my team. We're only a 36 people company, but they can do things. This is the second Namra award that we've got. So thank you very much.
The next award is the award for the most compliant bonded warehouse operator, first runner-up. Please put your hands together for the company that proves that winning is absolutely necessary, Absolute Logistics Pty Limited.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Namra, for the recognition. As a logistics service provider in Southern Africa, we're exposed to Namra employees and services on a daily basis. We appreciate what your ground staff does every day, and we wish you all your best on your journey to world-class services.
Congratulations to all of our winners, and thank you very much to Ms. Boiulu. We now move to the next category, which is the category for the most compliant transit bond operators. And to present this award is the Senior Manager for Control and Operations Compliance, Mr. Abner David. Let's welcome him. The first of two awards under this category is the award for the most compliant transit warehouse operator, second runner-up. Putting the logic in winning, please put your hands together for Interlogics Namibia Pty Limited.
Firstly of all, thank you to Namra. Thank you for your interaction with the private sector and your open door policy. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the staff of Interlogics as well. Thank you.
The final award to be handed over by Mr. David is the award for the most compliant transit warehouse operator, first runner-up. Please put your hands together for Corridor Logistics Pty Limited.
from Corridor Logistics side, we would just like to say thank you.
Congratulations to all of our winners, and thank you very much to Mr. David. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the final category for tonight, which is the overall top tax contributors under both domestic taxes and customs and excise. To present these awards, please welcome to the stage the chairperson of the NAMRA board, Dr. Peter Kruger, and the commissioner of the Namibia Revenue Agency, Mr. Sam Shivute. Let's welcome them. The first award to be handed over is the award for the third runner-up, top tax contributor under domestic taxes. Please put your hands together for Rossing Uranium Limited.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great honor receiving this award. Like Commissioner said, NAMRA is looking at changing the lives of each and every Namibian. At Rossing Uranium, we work for Namibia. So thank you very much.
The next award to be handed over by Commissioner Shivute as well as Dr. Kruger is the award for the second runner-up of top tax contributor under domestic taxes. Celebrating the town that has hosted NAMRA for the past 5 days, put your hands together for Swakopmund Uranium Pty Limited.
Commissioner, my desk or my table is now getting too small. Again, NAMRA, thank you so much for the recognition. And yeah, we will continue to work with you in the future. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first runner-up top tax contributor under domestic taxes goes to none other than Debmarine Namibia Pty Limited.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect to receive any awards this evening, but thank you very much, Commissioner, and thanks for all of the hard work that you're doing, and thank you for this recognition. We will just say thank you to all our employees again, and for those who are helping us through these difficult times. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of our winners tonight are special. However, some winners prove that top prizes are for those who prioritize winning the most. the award for overall top revenue contributor under Customs and Excise. This company customizes quenching our thirst and still exercises their duty to government by paying their taxes on time. Congratulations to Namibian Breweries Limited.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say thank you, and we really appreciate the recognition on behalf of Namibia Breweries Limited. Thank you.
And finally, the last and yet the biggest award for the night is the award for the overall top tax contributor under domestic taxes. This award is given to the company that believes that true winning is when you achieve it not once, not twice, but affect the holy trinity of excellence. Put your hands together in true golden fashion for B2 Gold Namibia.
I don't have much to say anymore, ladies and gentlemen, except for the importance that mining plays in the Namibian economy, and we saw that tonight. Thank you very much.
The Namibia Revenue Agency recognizes B2 Gold Namibia as a model taxpayer and a strategic partner in national development. Over the years, B2 Gold has consistently demonstrated exemplary tax compliance, positioning itself among the top 5 highest revenue contributors in Namibia. In the 2024-2025 financial year, the company contributed $2.4 billion Namibian dollars in corporate tax revenue.
Now that's the ethos of B2 Gold, is to say when we come into a country, we eventually want to leave the country in a better situation than what we had found it. That is really what is driving this.
Notably, during the challenging period of the COVID-19 pandemic, B2 Gold honored its obligations in advance, an act that reflects strong corporate citizenship and commitment to the Namibian economy.
Most especially this year, it have made a difference to the revenue architecture of the state, and for that we are very, very grateful.
B2 Gold stands as a benchmark for compliance, demonstrating that responsible tax behavior is not only possible, but essential for national progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you to our presenters, and we now hand back to the king of the mic, Mr. Stephen Dorokade, to continue the rest of the program. Good evening.
Josie, thank you very much. Thank you so much for facilitating this one. Let's give you another round of applause, please. Apparently, we'll keep hearing her voice, but she's never to be seen tonight. Another round of applause for her. At this point, may we now also take this moment to celebrate all the complying taxpayers and traders. Let's give them a thunderous round of applause. It's 9:01. It's only fair that we serve dinner. So dinner is served. It's a buffet dinner. Both doors will be open. We've got 2 stations on your right and on your left. You make your election. They are all the same. So please enjoy dinner. Thank you. In terms of sequence, we would allow the tables, the 3 tables that are here, and then they will be guided by the ushers, and the rest of us will then follow. It's either you go left or you go right. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will continue with the meals, but we must also continue with the program, given the hour that we are approaching. There are still three more substantive interventions to be made. I just want us to clear those so that we can then have the night and do with it whatever we want to do. So may I ask that we now settle down so that we can continue with the program. I know there are people whom we have invited. We just told them, come and attend. We didn't say what was installed for them. Those are possibly still the ones that can't believe that they got the awards and the recognition that they've gotten. Please, to just remind them that it's real, let's give them another round of applause, please. Now, as we indicated in our midst, we've got our brothers and sisters from the subcontinent who also in their various jurisdictions also run similar initiatives like ours. In other spaces, it's called Client Appreciation Day. We call us Taxpayer Trader Appreciation Day. Just so that we can have a voice, I would want to call on the Acting Commissioner General for Lesotho Revenue Service Lesotho, Mr. Rakokwa Makoa, to come and speak to us. Maybe you can also share your experiences with us, but briefly, please engage us. Let's give Mr. Makoa a round of applause so that he gets here in a flash. He's still not here. Thank you.
Program Director, King of the Mic. Thank you very much, Stephen. Honorable guests, allow me to align myself with the protocol. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Greetings from the Mountain Kingdom. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the Commissioners General from the Southern African region who have been invited to participate in this remarkable occasion. Allow me from the outset to express our sincere gratitude to the Namibian Revenue Agency for the kind invitation to be part of the Taxpayer Appreciation Day and celebration of the NAMRA's 5th anniversary. We are deeply honored to share in this milestone moment for an institution that plays a critical role in Namibia's development journey. From the very first day of our arrival in this beautiful country, and I must say one of my best holiday destinations from now going forward, the beautiful city of Swakopmund, we have experienced nothing but warmth, generosity, and exceptional hospitality from the leadership and the staff of NAMRA. The meticulous planning, the welcoming spirit, and the professionalism with which every detail has been handled have made our stay both enjoyable and memorable. On behalf of my fellow Commissioners General, I wish to convey our heartfelt appreciation for the kindness and care extended to us throughout our visit. Allow me to commend NAMRA for the highly professional manner in which the Southern African Inter-Revenue Games were organized. Hosting such a significant regional event during the Easter holidays is no small undertaking. NAMRA yet delivered an event that was exceptionally well coordinated and memorable. The Games not only promoted sportsmanship and wellness amongst revenue administrations across the region, but also strengthened bonds of friendship, cooperation, and regional solidarity. And of course, we also connected. Distinguished guests, bomme le bontate, today's event is particularly significant because it recognizes the vital role played by our taxpayers. Across all our nations, taxpayers are the cornerstone of national development. Their contributions make it possible for governments to invest in critical infrastructure. We are talking about roads, schools, hospitals, and public services that uplift communities and stimulate revenue growth. By dedicating a day to celebrate and appreciate taxpayers, NAMRA is sending a powerful message that revenue authorities value the partnership they share with the citizens and the businesses who faithfully meet their tax obligations. Such recognition strengthens trust, promotes voluntary compliance, and reinforces shared responsibility we all have in building the prosperous and sustainable economies. More than anything, you are doing a great job of God. It is equally fitting that this celebration coincides with the 5th anniversary of the Namibian Revenue Agency. In just 5 years, NAMRA has grown into a dynamic and forward-looking revenue administration. This progress, or rather the progress achieved within this relatively short period, is impressive and reflects a strong leadership, a dedicated workforce, and a clear strategic vision. In this regard, allow me to extend our warmest congratulations to Commissioner Sam and his entire NAMRA team for the remarkable achievements they have realized. Your commitment to modernizing revenue administration, strengthening institutional capacity, and enhancing service delivery is evident and truly commendable. Your work not only benefits Namibia, but also contributes valuable lessons and inspiration for revenue administrations across the region. I wish to say, and allow me to use this word because I couldn't think of any other one. Commissioner Sam is a sucker for excellence. Not only does he do what he does for the people of Namibia, but he also inspires a lot of us in Africa, and we are really grateful. We give you your flowers while you can still smell them, Commissioner. As Commissioners General from across the region, we recognize the immense value of collaboration, dialogue, and shared learning amongst our institutions. Events such as CIRAC not only bring us together in the spirit of sports and friendship, but also reinforce the strong partnerships that are essential for advancing revenue administration and domestic resource mobilization across our region. Distinguished guests, Omeme Notate, as we celebrate tonight, we also reaffirm the importance of partnership between governments, taxpayers, and revenue administrations. Together, we lay the foundation for stronger economies, improved public services, and better opportunities for future generations. In closing, allow me on behalf of the Commissioners General in the region to once again to extend our sincere appreciation to NAMRA for the invitation, the outstanding hospitality, and the opportunity to celebrate this special milestone with you. Congratulations to NAMRA on the 5th anniversary, and we wish you continued success and even greater achievements in the year ahead. Ke a leboha, tanki unene, ushidi nawa. Happy birthday, NAMRA.
Another round of applause, please, for the acting commissioner. Ragokwane Makwao, acting commissioner general for Revenue Services, Lesotho. We can tell, indeed, you have made the connections. But from the words that you have exchanged, we can now tell which part of Namibia did you make the connection with. You have just given it away. NAMRA Choir, are you ready? Ever ready, ever green, ever present. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much, Namra Choir. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Just two more major items remaining before we close. Here is one of the most significant ones. Section 3F of our Establishing Act, the Namibia Revenue Agency Act, that's Act number 12 of 2017, makes it and compels the Namibia Revenue Agency to improve service delivery to ensure enhanced compliance. So for us, it's not an option. The law tells us to do so. The question that we're asking the chairperson of the board this evening is, are there possibilities to ensure that improved service deliveries happens with advancing digital transformation? Dr. Krier, please talk to us on that subject and anything else you would have prepared for us tonight. Dr. Krier, please.
I actually know why this mic is so low. It's for me. So thank you very much. Good evening, everyone that I've not greeted. I want to observe all protocol because Sam took a bit of my time. So I need to be fast. So I've got just a 10-page speech here that I want to share with you. Yeah, I think it's very special, but I just want to start by just welcome all our guests. It's a privilege for us to have you here in Namibia. Mr. Alpheus Benjamin, it's an honor for us. We're so happy when you come to Swakopmund. Bring next time your family and all your money and come and spend it here with us in Swakopmund. I had the privilege to work in various industries, and not because I think sometimes they did fire me, but maybe it was I just was so busy with them. So I'm very passionate about digital and digital transformation. And I think if you look at that, it's not just today Namibia or the Revenue Authority of NAMRA's 5th birthday, but it's also today 30 years, well, not exactly today, but in this year, that internet is in Namibia. I don't know if you know that. I remember still being in South Africa studying and tried to search at varsity to actually look at a website. And there was nothing, literally nothing. I think here and there was a certain doctor, and he was a medical doctor. He actually bought out the whole Namibia domain. And today we all still struggle to get a .na domain. But I think the key thing about that is that it has brought a lot of transformation in our lives. I think a lot of you are familiar or not familiar. So I've studied computer science and then did a few degrees, additional, and recently, and I want to touch with that, about cybersecurity. The world is extremely running on, on Moore's law. And what it means is every 2.5 to 3 years, it just doubles exponentially. And it just goes. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, how do we stay in that world? Now, I have to honor also with what we all do tonight here, and congratulations on all the participants on what you have received tonight. But we work, guess for who? Actually for our children, the next generation. And that is the whole story where we need to give legacy on. And we've got a baton at the current moment. And we need to make sure that we actually get our environment effective to actually take it forward to the next generation. Now, I said to my daughter, she's 8 years old. It was my first marriage. We just struggled for 17 years. Eventually, I got a daughter. She's 8 years old. And I just said I will honor her tonight. So I've got her socks on, my pink socks. But there's also boys. And I think we actually have to think about our responsibility and accountability around that. So if we talk to our children, if you know how fast this exponential world goes, just speak to your children. We don't understand it. They talk a language that we don't understand. I'm sitting with a daughter that is at 8 years old fluently in both 2 languages, and we didn't taught her that. The world, the internet has taught her that in a digital, borderless world. Now, the other thing that I want to just touch on as revenue authorities, and I would like to ask my colleagues from other countries, what I've learned, somewhere inside me is also an entrepreneur, and I worked with a number of smaller companies coming from the banking world. But what I've learned in the last 5 years that I go and visit companies, do you know immediately where the finance department is? Well, how do you recognize them? Hey, that's the place where the files are. Just go in any company in Namibia. First thing is they're very scared of NAMRA, but I think the commissioner is doing a great job with his team to get that. But secondly, every single paper that is in there is what we have to work through. Now, the key thing is, if it is in paper, can you measure it? Not really, eh? So we need to digitize that. And if you want to digitize that, then the benefit of 4 concepts comes in. So you start with data. Florian, you will remember this. I had to help a 50-year-old mine to get into the new world that was built in 1976. So you start with data. The data become information. The information becomes knowledge. And the 4th thing, it ultimately becomes wisdom. Now, wisdom is on every single thing out there today. It's called AI. So AI is coming. I think the lady from Who's Up, I did a session with them last year. So AI comes from 1956, if you didn't know that. So it's not new technology. It's just that the time is so much more right now to actually exponentially let us move forward. So if you look at that, if you look at service delivery, if you look at throughput, we need to make sure that we can actually take this wave of digital and digital transformation. AI is going to be even more exponential. And if you think about that, the key thing, we've heard that the gold team has done a great job tonight, and thank you for that as well. Last year it was the banks, so we need to get them on traction again. But if you look at the gold world and you also look at the diamonds, so diamonds, we've got a real big struggle in Namibia. But then there's a new gold, actually an old gold, and we're very unique set into that, which is uranium. So if you live in Swakopmund, and for you, especially our guests, go and run tomorrow morning, 5:30. And then I also have to respect in that same process, especially the women in mining. Mums that stand at bus corners to be picked up to go to our uranium mines and to go and work. And they will only be back in town about 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Then you have respect for what we're actually building. At the same time, if we look at Namibia, and specifically, I always remind my friends from Windhoek. If you go to Windhoek, we think we are the capital, and it's good. It must be the capital. If you come to Swakopmund and Walvis Bay, you feel the economy. Did you feel it? It's not just June 7. There's a lot of things happening here. So the world where we live in is, if we look at what oil and gas is going to do to us, and may we pray that we do it effectively. And there I have to also congratulate the NAMRA team that is working extraordinary to actually get everything right for us to be prepared for that new wave that is coming. Now, with that, we all can dream. I've heard the Commissioner dream a few times. I also dream. I dream that we can submit our tax and that our tax can be integrated into a world where we don't have people that has to file, because filing is cutting down a tree. We really want it to be integrated, and with that will come the data. So we won't have to have Excel spreadsheets for all the accountants. We will just get it running on queries and ultimately get the right information out there. So I think the transformation of data in the next 5 to 10 years is going to really transform Africa. Now, it's a privilege to also have our guests from the other countries. We're far behind in Africa, but we have transformed with mobile. So if you look at, is there anyone from Kenya, M-Pesa, from a payments perspective? Okay, Ataf. So if you look at that in 2007, if you look at Kenya at the time, it was this real challenge. I know my colleague from Zambia is here. We spoke earlier tonight about Zapit. In 2006-07, Zambia only had 700 bank accounts in the country of about 20 million. I don't know what is the numbers today. And a certain gentleman that I had to work closely, some of you might know him, a gentleman by the name of Cyril Ramaphosa, said the following statement: give someone a bank account and you will make him an economic citizen for life. So if we transform this forward, so next year it's almost 20 years later, we have to take this digital connectivity out there. We will most probably leapfrog a number of things. And the challenge is for us as a team and as a country and as a region. I really, really hope that the youngsters will create for us a $1 billion app, because in the borderless world that we live in, it is possible. And Mr. Alpheus Benjamin, my dream is that that will happen from Swakopmund, or maybe close by. So we need to challenge. And by that, I just want to ask Mr. Sam Shivute just to stand up. So I don't think, you saw what he's doing the whole night. He stand up his whole team. Sam, great people make great differences. And usually we talk one day about them. I know you for some years, and it's a privilege to work with you. But I think this country is we are extremely thankful. So if you look at NAMRA, and you look at what you have done over the past 5 years, colleagues, 5 years is a very, very short period of time. Usually it takes any company to establish, to run about 5 to 8 years. And if you look at what Sam has just done for us, Sam, thank you very much, and I think we just need to give him a hand of applause. Thank you. Then I also just want to thank the founding board that has actually established it. And Stefan, you represent them tonight. I know when I see actually a lot of familiar faces. The best tax man, in my opinion, is Stefan. But I had the privilege to work with him closely. I think, Stefan, you must also stand up and represent also the rest of the board. Dr. Anna, Shireen, Dennis, Stefan, you. I tried later on to catch up with the IT, but I think the key thing is great leadership appoints great leadership. And we thank you for what you've done and to actually inspire us with a good commissioner and then the ongoing. Thank you very much. Then I just want to also say to my new fellow board members, so Namibia is a very special place. This is a serving role, but it is all of you that also contributes, and ultimately we work for our children, and we can wear our socks, and we create the next generation for them. So I'm excited to this new journey. I'm excited to work with this team. And then coming back to the digital transformation, may we make it effective in Namibia that we can export it to our neighboring countries. And I think, Sam, you can definitely challenge the team on that. But I think just as we continue in this journey, service is critical. I've seen Victor here tonight. Victor, there you are. I have to just mention, maybe you must just also stand up. Anyone that has a problem at NAMRA, speak to Victor. So Victor, at some stage, and just to say the nice pace that you can execute at. So we had a challenge around service. And we got the best of the best from a service perspective in Namibia. Victor is a highly qualified customer experience person that we got from one of the banks, and to come and work into us or into it to make sure that we have a net promoter score effective, like most of the service organizations in Namibia. So Victor, thank you. And also, he and his team is going to drive a lot of our digital transformation and continue with that service and service improvement and continues making it better for us. So all the best, and thank you as well for that. I told you I've got 10 pages. I'm getting to an end. Maybe just that one last thing, Commissioner. So it's a privilege to be in a safe area in the world. We're very privileged to be in Southern Africa. We're very privileged to be in places like this. It's great to have the sport and the connections. I must say that is the opportunity. The one thing is that we are never too old to learn. Let's learn from our children. Let's challenge ourselves and continue to improve. And with that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm really looking forward to the digital future of NAMRA in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krier. Another round of applause for Dr. Krier. As we move towards closure, Ronaldo, if you are in the room, are you ready for us? We're taking one interlude, and then we do the celebratory stuff, and then we should be done. I'm handing over to Ronaldo for another musical interlude. It seems he was still having lunch or dinner. Ronaldo, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I know some people wanted to dance. They were just not sure as to how do you dance to this one. But yeah, can I call on the Dr. Krier? If you can please return to the stage here. Stefan, if you can also join him, as well as Commissioner, if you can join them. Where's my team? Please, if we can step forward. We are about to toast in celebration of the 5 years of NAMRA, but more importantly, looking ahead and the promises that are ahead of us as we venture into this journey, continue with this journey of making NAMRA deliberately so a world-class revenue agency serving with passion to positively impact the livelihood of every Namibian. Can you please give them glasses so that they can toast, and then we... The bottle is here. The glasses are coming. Or is Dr. Kriya saying that one is a better bottle than this one? Yeah, we get to see who are regulars at these things. Yes, let's just mind the lights. Thank you.
So, just everyone, I hope you have something to drink, or open it as well on your tables. Maybe just make sure you have something in your glasses, or water, or whatever. All right. So with that, we toast on 5 years of NAMRA and fast forward for the next 5+ years. Commissioner, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Obviously, there are people in the room asking the question, so how was it like? How did it look like, the start for the Namibia Revenue Agency? For that, let's play the following clip. I promise that will be the last clip that I'll be asking from you tonight.
From the land of the brave we ride. everywhere. Feel the ground just shaking. Oh, when we arrive. Yeah. Oh, yeah, la, 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 Namra. Oh, yeah, la, 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 Namra. Oh, yeah, la, 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 Namra. Still we rise. Oh, yeah.
Try scanning that QR code. You can actually get the album there. Thank you so much. To move a vote of thanks, let me call on the head of domestic taxes, my colleague, Magnaim Haidula, to please come and thank those that have contributed significantly to our event tonight. Mrs. Haidula.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Stephen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the protocol already observed. It's a great pleasure to deliver a vote of thanks as we conclude this very special celebration of Taxpayers and Traders Appreciation Day and the 5th anniversary of NAMRA. We extend our sincere gratitude to everyone who made this event a success. A heartfelt thanks to Melanie for such an uplifting and opening prayer, setting a meaningful tone to this occasion. And now to the NAMRA Choir. We offer a special tribute. Born 5 years ago in the boardrooms of the Ministry of Finance, on the second floor, where NAMRA's first headquarters stood, where Commissioner Shivute entrusted the change champions with a simple call for the volunteers. From those humble beginnings, with a simple call, your voices have risen in harmony, transforming into powerful symbol of unity and pride. Today, you are not just a choir, but a heartbeat and the joy for NAMRA. We truly appreciate your beautiful performance, and which added a warmth and pride celebration to our events tonight. Please give the choir a very warm round of applause. We are grateful to the CEO of the Swakopmund municipality, Mr. Benjamin. We thank you for your welcoming. We have felt welcomed in this town since we have arrived here, and we continue to feel so. Thank you so much also for your remarks and your positive feedback. We appreciate it, and we take note of the homework. So our Commissioner, Sam Shivute. Commissioner gives flowers to people every single day. Commissioner, we thank you for taking us through this inspiring 5 years of the NAMRA journey. Your leadership has been a steady compass for every milestone that you have shared with us here tonight. And through your vision, you have not only built the institution of excellence, but you have nurtured a workplace where your engagement thrives and joy is shared. Commissioner, for those who have seen him at the stadium, I was telling Mulemwa, my boss is going to get tired. He's running from the volleyball courts to come to the soccer pitch. He's at that, he's at netball, he's at volleyball. Every time he hears the voice of the commentator announcing the goal, you will see Commissioner running from the volleyball court. And that is really the leadership that we are grateful for and we enjoy every single day. And another thing that we appreciate the Commissioner, he gives hugs. So you see us hugging you, it's because we are used to the hugs. And that is really the leadership our Commissioner has shown us for these 5 years, and we are really, really grateful for that. So you have made us the most proud and most cheerful and committed team. And please join me in giving, especially the NAMRA stars. Let's give our Commissioner that clap, the NAMRA one. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Commissioner, we have given you your flowers. Our deepest appreciation also goes to our board chairperson. That was very inspiring. I was just thinking out there and thinking of Victor. The bar has been raised very high. It's the commitment. Your message was full of the commitment, and we really appreciate that. A special thanks to Ronaldo for such a wonderful performance. Hopefully after the after party we get to replay that, because I could see around the room some people wanted to dance. We would also like to acknowledge our service providers for your professionalism and dedication, the hotel management, the staff, your hospitality and support for hosting this event. I would also like to give gratitude to Commissioner Indongo and Commissioner Kupempona. We have felt safe in this town. And I think we take these things for granted. I've seen our guests walking from one post to another. That is how safe we felt, and we are really, really, truly appreciative of that. And a very special thanks goes to Mr. Stephen Dorokade, the chairperson for the organizing committee for the Taxpayer Appreciation, and our master of ceremonies this evening. Your leadership and dedication has been instrumental for the success of this event, not only for tonight, but we must acknowledge that Mr. Stephen, this is his 4th year being the chairperson of this appreciation committee. Please, let's give him a very well round of applause. We also take notes that you were the chairperson of the organizing committee for the just ended Syra game. So he's just transitioning from one to another, and he doesn't even seem to be tired. He's still standing. If we are to organize another event tomorrow, I think he will still take the role. Thank you very much, Stephen. To the entire organizing committee, I would just like you to stand, please. The ladies and the men behind this event. That is the team, ladies and gentlemen, that made tonight possible. And would like to thank them for their hard work, the coordination, the commitments. Those behind the scenes were not easy, but you have pulled through a very successful event, and would like to give you a very well round of applause. Finally, to our taxpayers and our stakeholders, tonight we celebrate you. As the guests were coming through, I was telling them that today is our 5th year anniversary. But from the onset of this event, our 1st year anniversary, the commissioner have decided that we celebrate you instead of celebrating ourselves. Because we are, because you are. If it was not because of you, we will not be celebrating these milestones. So tonight was truly about you. And would like to thank you for continued trust and partnership. Your contribution remains the backbone of this nation's development. We thank you for that. With that, we bring this to the end of our program, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for your presence, and we wish you a very blessed evening. And to those ones that are watching on our stream live, we also recognize you and appreciate you. We look forward to next year. It will be bigger and better. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much, Magnam. Thank you for thanking us. Vice Chairperson of the Taxpayer Trader Appreciation Day Organizing Committee. Now, when anybody tells you how long you have been at any place, I take the compliment, but when they tell you how long you have been at any place, they're actually sending you a signal. I got the signal. I'll reconsider for next year's event. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that really then ends the evening for us. Once more, we thank you for your patience. We have actually taken a bit longer than we thought we would, but it was necessary and all in a celebratory mood. Have yourself a great evening and good night. Thank you.
Oh yeah, la, 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 still we rise. Step by step, we elevate. It's our time, we dominate. Hear the crowd, feel the vibe. is what we came to prove. Hey, hey, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, see we rise. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, see we rise. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Bangombe. Batu Bangombe. Moro anacho balandu. Awe, moro anacho balandu. Moro anacho balandu.
tired.
I remember this song. I remember this song, Oshonana. I remember those days. I remember Nale. I Fimbo Tuliko village. Toli Tuli closer. Atuna Maina Tuli never happy. Atupukulo Mavo Vuku Vuku. I remember that life. Kumbulange Achake. What Cheke Waimeno Wompembe. Ohanga Wachikori. Alumeni Yopelondo. Topokati Tukachao. Ay, Onangala Wawa.